I'd like to call to order the Business and Commercial Development Committee meeting for Wednesday, April 3rd. For all that are able, please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. I'd like to take a roll call of the members of the committee. Councilman Langman. Here. Councilman Moore.
Here.
Councilwoman Gorshi and Councilman Watilla. We do have a quorum, but I would like to make a motion to excuse Councilpersons Gorshi and Watilla. Motion made by Councilman Langman, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. All right. We have one agenda item for today, and I'll read it here. Temporary Ordinance 022-19, an ordinance to amend Section 1 of Ordinance Number 2812 as amended, and the map and map designations, which map and map designations as amended form a part of Ordinance Number 2812 as it relates to and designates U8 and U4 use districts relative to said property. In other words, Dollar General and the HGR property. From our order of process, what I'd like to do today is hopefully we could keep this within an hour. We'll have the administration give a brief overview of the situation. I'll turn it over to the panel on behalf of us. If you could each kind of introduce yourselves before we start, give their presentation. We'll have a Q&A between council and both the administration and the panel. Turn it over to the audience for their comments, and then hopefully take a vote and move this thing through. So with that, Director Holliday, can you give us a synopsis of why we are here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you stated, this is a request to rezone 1.1 acres from our U8 district to our U4 retail district, located at the General Motors Inland site at 20001 Euclid Avenue. This requested rezoning was submitted by the property owner, an affiliate of HGR, and their developer, Zaremba Group, and it's in order to accommodate the construction of a retail facility measuring 7,489 square feet. This request was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on February 12th and recommended for approval. While this particular retail facility was not specifically envisioned in our master plan, it's also not in conflict. And I think the most pertinent section that I'll draw your attention to in our master plan is where the plan recommends us revisit the U8 office district. I think that's a recognition that our U8 office district is highly restrictive. It's a very old section of code, and while we have not yet been able to finalize our proposed revision of the U8 office district, this type of rezoning is in keeping with that recognition. I'd like to mention a few of the specific changes that the development team incorporated into their plans to accommodate our requests. First, they shifted the location of the retail facility from its initial location east so that it would have no impact on the mini station. They also shifted the facility north, or increased the setback, in order to accommodate the potential for a future recreational trail along Euclid Avenue, as was recommended in the Euclid Avenue TLCI plan. And then lastly, they flipped the driveway from the east side to the west side of the facility at the request of our engineering department, and that was to reduce the potential for conflict with the traffic light. And this is really in keeping with HGR's practice here in our community. They took on this larger property a number of years ago. It was highly distressed. They made a commitment to invest over $10 million and return that property to productive use, and they've done that. For these reasons, the Zoning Commissioner Benno, recommended the Planning and Zoning Commission approve this request, and that's also why we are recommending that it be approved by council as well. So at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Bruce Rinker from the development team, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have after their presentation, and I know Commissioner Benno will as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Take it away.
Thank you all. And again, yes, my name is Bruce Rinker. I'm Land Use Counsel. Our firm is Mansur Gavin, and we've been engaged by Zaremba Group, but really to represent the team here. We were in front of council for the public hearing the other night. I would like to address the members first, really to focus on, pick up what Director Holliday mentioned as far as some planning considerations as well as the zoning considerations. And then I'd turn it over to Mike, sorry, Mike, Woolwind, I always get that wrong. But Mike Woolwind is our engineer, and he can really add to some of the specifics. For example, I understand conversations with Mr. Bino that there's been a question about enlarging the dumpster. So there's some other specifics that Mike can address. We know there are concerns about a crosswalk, and again, the overall site plan in relationship with Euclid Avenue is something he'll speak to. After that, we have Derek Thomas. He is the Regional Operations Manager for Dollar General, so he can speak directly to specifics about operations for the store itself. And then finally, we have Mr. Kruger. And again, I think you're all familiar with Brian Kruger and what he's done. But I would like to start with that, and bear with me, because I think it's worth putting onto the record just some of the factors for the context of the request that we have tonight, because this didn't start just in the last year or so. This has been going on, as you know, for several years. And I'd refer also to the master plan. And even though your zoning code isn't required to follow the master plan, typically communities adopt a master plan as a guide plan. So I think Mr. Holliday referenced the fact that you're looking at the U8 district. And a lot of times what we find in office, light industrial or industrial areas, there are usually mixtures of other uses, often seen in kind of an accessory way to be supportive, to provide a mixture, a little bit of variety. And this is no exception. So if we look at the board, and I think you've probably seen this a number of times, but this is the old Fisher Body plant. That's about 1 million square feet of space under roof, which in the heyday had about 3,000 jobs in the mid-50s. By the early 90s, it was shuttered. And then it got even worse. Back taxes, the building itself was falling apart. And the city, with Mr. Kruger, several years ago, teamed up with Jobs Ohio to provide with drive time a commitment to re-energize this site. And I think since that time, and I'll let Brian speak to the specifics, but I do believe something about 150 jobs now have been provided by drive time alone. The commitment with Jobs Ohio was to bring at least 100. I think the key to remember here, these are not incentives, and some of those are talked about in your development plan. This is something that the state of Ohio provided, but at the end of the day, it really is a private investment. The $10 million that Mr. Holliday talked about, $6 million is just for that roof, to fix the roof. There's another $1 million for a fire suppression system. To date, there's been about $1 million put it back into beams, support structures, to be able to really to rehabilitate this old facility. Again, that's all private investment. And again, Mr. Kruger talked to it, but I think, and I looked at his letter, he referenced that there are other factors, a lot of miscellaneous site cleanup, some landscaping. I think with Neo Sports Play, there's been some repaving in the parking lot. So when you put it together, there's been a very methodical effort. So Mr. Kruger's approach is what brings us to this particular rezoning request. And again, Michael can go over the site plan itself, which is down below. But now I'd ask you to turn to the 11 by 7 sheets that I provided. I just pulled these off of Google Maps. The whole idea is to address one aspect in the master plan says that for the industrial core, you not only want to redevelop the industrial component, which is really what's been going on here. We now also have Carvana on the site. HGR has gone from about 150,000 square feet. It now has 600,000 square feet out of that million. So there's been this steady progression, reinvestment, and yielding tax dollars both to property tax and for income taxes. In this area, though, you've got, as you move eastward, and so what I did is you kind of turn each page. I zeroed in, you can see the crosswalk area, which is immediately to the east of the site. And then I pivoted down at a street view to take you really step by step, property by property, east from the site. So you have first, there's an ice cream stand, then you, okay, but it's retail. And then next to that, you've got a car wash in various stages of use. And then beyond that, you've got the relatively new investment with Walgreens at the northwest corner. And then beyond that, there's another facility. So I think consistent from a planning standpoint, you know, people sometimes talk about spot zoning, for example, which is often misunderstood. Spot zoning is where something just doesn't belong at all, industrial and residential, for example. Here we're looking at redeveloping the frontage along Euclid. We've pushed the site back a little bit more, the store back. That's one of the variance requests. The variance request is for the setback because the city is intending over time to create more of a pedestrian functional connectivity along the north side of Euclid Avenue. And that's why the crosswalk comes into play. We put it all together, though. We think that the nature of the use, it's a local business use, local retail, so it's serving neighborhoods, which is right across the street on the south side. It fits in well with the clustering concept of retail on the north side as you head east to Highland. And then finally, from a business model standpoint, this is something, and Mr. Kruger can elaborate again, but we know that right behind the site is a 3-story, what used to be the office building for Fisher Body. That's fallen into disrepair. Estimates are it's about $500,000 just to demo it. There's asbestos abatement in there. It's a building that's really gone well beyond its useful life. So the long story short is a property of almost 70 acres that was blighted has gradually been turned around. Doesn't happen overnight, and it's been done through private investment. So from that standpoint, we think from a planning and then from a zoning approach, this is a rational and a logical way for you to move forward. And we would certainly, we're prepared to answer questions about it, but we think the recommendation from staff is consistent with those principles. So with that, I'll stop. I'll turn it over to Mike, and he can tell you about the site plan.
Good evening. Michael Woolwind Engineering Group, civil engineer.
See, he had a hard time with his name.
First, I'd like to thank the planning director for explaining the project and the changes we made. I think he did a great job. So I'm just going to recap and maybe expand on a few of those items. Again, the parcel is about 1.1 acres. The building will be just under 7,500 square feet. Your parking code requires 30 parking stalls, which is what we show, so we comply with that. Generally, we laid out the site so that the front door, of course, is facing the main road. That's the little projection. This will be the front door right here, the projection right there, so it's facing the street. The only other door will be a service door, which will be used for deliveries in this back corner here. This is the delivery area. So the only 2 drives. The parking lots have been designed to allow all the delivery trucks that would be using the site, so even a full semi-truck will be entering the site, coming into this front parking lot, and will be backing into the delivery area back here. Semi-trailer will deliver about once a week. There will be smaller delivery trucks for potato chips and that sort of thing, and they come different times during the week, but a couple of times during the week. But the semi is the big one we always make sure we accommodate. We never want to back in delivery trucks off the street. It's never a good safety issue. So as we do with all of our sites, this site was laid out to allow the semis to deliver. To accomplish that, we have different computer programs that are all built into our site work. So we could show that information to you if you'd like to, but rest assured, a delivery truck will work fine there. The parking lot is located 20 feet, so this is a 20-foot green space right here now. That allows for some landscaping, future trails, different things that may want to happen there. What this drawing doesn't show, but I have here and I can show you, is we're going to add another pedestrian connection right here, so right out from the front door to the sidewalk at the street. That pedestrian connection is about 160 feet from where the crosswalk would be. We went to the site yesterday and walked that. That's less than a minute walk from the crosswalk, so we're really close proximity to that crosswalk. There was some talk about looking for additional areas to store the carts that cardboard and the deliveries come in. The best way to accomplish that is to take this area right here behind the parking stalls. We would increase the gate enclosure that will be right here. We'll basically take this whole corner and square it off. That'll allow an area that's an extra 20 feet by about 20 feet. It will be gated and look just like the other dumpster enclosure, so we'll be able to hide all of those carts in that area. There'll be room behind this last parking stall to get into it, so I think that'll do a good job of hiding all those carts and that sort of thing that you're rightfully concerned about. And with that, I will be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Sir.
Derek Thomas, Regional Director of Operations for Dollar General. And first I'd like to say, Stefana, thank you for the wake up this morning. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm ready now. So 250 locations in Northeast Ohio that I have responsible for. That's 11 districts, 11 district managers that comprise of about 20 to 25 stores each. My job is to make sure that we provide a clean, organized, and well-stocked location for every single store that we have. That means from cleaning inside and cleaning on the outside. Friendly employees that are engaged, trained, and ready to deliver a great, exceptional guest experience, and most of all, being entrenched and involved in the community, each location and/or district if it's a cluster of stores in a particular area. So that's Derek Thomas and Dollar General.
Thank you.
Brian Kruger with HGR Industrial Surplus and Nickel Plate Station, which is the LLC who owns the property. I don't think I need to rehash HGR building or the history, but you know, the bottom line is we've owned the property for I think 3.5 years. We're proud of the property. We're proud of our building, our business. The tenants we brought in, NEO Sports Plant has done a great job cleaning up his business. You know, just the whole operation. With the city help, you know, Jonathan and the mayor and Jobs Ohio, you know, we did bring in Drive Time and now Carvana. I think they're kind of cohabitating, and they might have 250, 300 employees there right now. I'm not positive, but that parking lot is jammed. You know, so as we started developing the property, we did not have a overall master plan. It was to keep the property afloat, stay in business, and you know, keep the doors open. But once now the building's kind of secure, you know, we're looking at other business development. And I've been there 21 years, and you know, the Walgreens is new. You know, we've done a lot at our facility, but I have not seen too much else, you know, happening on that stretch. You know, so when Dollar General, you know, came knocking, you know, we were definitely all ears. And you know, the concerns that I've heard is, you know, I don't want sloppy neighbors. You know, I will not tolerate that. You know, so I'm definitely with you on that. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think there is a need for it. You know, I've talked to several people, you know, local people who've lived there, and you know, they say yes. So I don't know all the, you know, the dynamics of it, but I definitely believe there's a need, you know, for that. And once that is there, you know, we will look to, you know, redevelop the rest of the property. We will be bringing that office building down, the 3-story building. I don't know when. I can't say if it's going to be 2 years or 3 years, but the plan is to bring that down. And I would like to, you know, develop the whole property line. I mean, I think it's a great opportunity for the city and, you know, for us. You know, it's important for us. I mean, you know, so I'm going to ask, you know, everybody's support, because we are going to keep, you know, fixing the building and, you know, making our property, you know, the best it can be. So, again, I'll ask you for your support, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Everybody else down there? We're good? All right. I also want to welcome my colleagues on council who are not in the committee, Councilwoman Cavanis and Councilwoman McIntosh. Before I turn it over, you know, broadly to council, I would like to first kind of go to Stefana Cavanis of Ward 1, since this does take place in Ward 1, just for her initial comments and thoughts before we open up more broadly for the rest of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you,
Did I put you on
Mr.
the
Chair.
Sorry.
You did put me on the spot, because I think I've exhausted my thoughts in this. This has been over a year coming, and I know that Brian Kruger has expressed the concerns that I initially expressed to him about Dollar General coming to our site and to Ward 1. But we worked through quite a number of things over this past year, and I just have to say that, first and foremost, HGR has been a fantastic neighbor in Ward 1. When they first took over, I think, Brian, you took me on a tour of the facility prior to purchasing it even, and it was falling apart. The fire suppression system was so bad that you had to have someone there 24 hours a day for quite a while in order to make sure nothing happened to that building. It did not work, so therefore if a fire started, the whole building would go up. So he spent money to do that. He has invested so much in that area, and God knows what would have happened if a fire had, if that had caught fire. So they have invested quite a bit, and probably more than $10 million. I know you say $10 million, but probably more. But also they've invested in the neighborhood. As we know, the Heritage Park Homeowners Association extends from East 193rd down to about East 219, and it encompasses that area where HDR is located as well. The president of the association is Mrs. Perletha Taylor, and we have quite a number of very active members. They were involved in the discussions as well as what was going on, but I'd like to say that HGR, from I guess the first year that they established themselves, actually donated. They had a fundraiser and they donated funds to Heritage Park for their park on East 193rd, and that was an amazing gift to the Homeowners Association. So to say that they've been a good neighbor is, you don't know what they've done. They've done quite a bit. So when he said that he was considering Dollar General, naturally, you know, we didn't want to go against his thoughts and his ideas because he has done so much, and this would just improve things in his area, in that parcel right there. But the one thing, and I guess I'm going to be a little lengthy, but I would like to say that at first we thought, okay, we deserve better than another dollar store. And that was our thought at the time. We deserved to have, because we are in a food desert, we wanted something that provided us with at least fresh produce. But as we began our conversations and we continued on with the conversations, we realized that there was a lot that Dollar General could offer the neighborhood that we had not thought about. And also the point that it could possibly introduce that fresh produce as well within that one store. So, you know, we had to think about it. And then the other part was that the mini station, which has been there for many years, was in jeopardy when it came to the initial plan for the Dollar General, because that was where they were going to place it. They were thinking about putting it right there. And then we were having conversations about where would we put the mini station. Brian was saying we could put it over here, then he was choosing another place. But then it would cause, if we moved it, then the mini station could fall apart, as old as it is. So they were willing also, with all of this, to say, we will keep the mini station because that property is owned by HGR and we lease it from them. And they were willing to say, let's go ahead and let's keep the mini station there, let's keep the playground there, let's keep the basketball court there, which is behind there, which also fits into our master plan with the activities. And he was willing to do that, and he went back to Zaremba and asked them if they were willing to move further east. Everyone worked out, you know, it all worked out for the good of the community, to keep the mini station, to keep the playground and everything for the community, but then to offer something to the community that we don't need, because we don't have a lot in that area for persons to shop. We have the Walgreens, we have a Dollar Tree down toward the Cleveland area, and nothing right there. And there are a lot of apartment buildings across the street, and there are homes where Grand Boulevard comes down. So it all worked out, and that's a synopsis of what occurred over a year's time with conversations. And so the neighbors, the homeowners association is very receptive to the idea of a Dollar General. I'm receptive to it because it will bring, it's a plus for that. And then the discussion also was that maybe we can add more to that area as well as time goes on, as Brian mentioned. So that's it.
Thank you. That was very helpful. To the representative of Dollar General, Derek, what does Dollar General bring to that neighborhood which isn't there? Can you kind of get into, as you see the lay of the land, what is unique that Dollar General is offering that folks might not be able to get from the Dollar Tree that's just a few blocks away or et cetera?
Well, what I think is, as I was listening to the councilwoman, is the community piece that has not been exposed as much of all the different things that we do. So, for example, I have and we were just talking, I have a new district manager that's taking over this area, right? And she lives in Youngstown, but she has to travel due to some circumstances that just happened. And she has been one of the community leaders in all of Dollar General, being in the company for 24 years. So I think going outside of what we do in the store as far as providing goods and services, I think it's the things that we can be able to provide, whether it's cleanup day, whether it's going to recreational centers, whether it's going to all these different things that we have been entrenched in the community that we haven't exposed ourselves to enough in some of these areas. I think that's the huge part for us as I'm listening to you, that our district managers are really entrenched, and that's part of our mission as an organization, how we give back, serving others.
How many Dollar Generals are in Euclid, do you know?
In Euclid?
Yeah.
Three.
Three?
There's three.
I'll hit on something, and I'm not necessarily endorsing the comments I'm going to make, but I think we see what's happening in Cleveland, for example. Just put forward an ordinance which reads establishing a moratorium on the review and issuance of zoning permits, certificates of occupancy, and other license or permit applications for small box discount stores. Dollar General, Family Tree, et cetera, would fall under that small box. And I think this ordinance may be in reaction to a piece that's been coming out lately from a group called the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. You may be familiar with this, but I'll read a couple of things. I just wanted you to address it, get it on the record. And this is from a news article kind of where they do reference that as well. And it's, you know, to be blunt, it's an anti-dollar store piece. But these are just things they say, and I think we should have that discussed. In cities, dollar stores trade in economic despair, with many residents saying they are a vital source of cheap staples. But as the stores cluster in low-income neighborhoods, their critics worry they are not just a response to poverty, but a cause. Residents fear the stores deter other businesses, especially in neighborhoods without grocers or options for healthy food. Dollar stores rarely sell fresh produce or meats, but they undercut grocery stores on prices of everyday items, often pushing them out of business. Some argue dollar stores aren't a response to chronic poverty, but an instigator. In December, the Institute for Local Self-Reliance published a report arguing that dollar stores target poor urban neighborhoods. It creates an overall sense of the neighborhood being run down, they say. It's a recipe for locking in poverty rather than alleviating it. Now, again, I'm not saying that because that's my position. I just think that's something we're hearing throughout the community. I've had a number of folks kind of, hey, do we really need another dollar store? So I just wanted to kind of get that out there, and if anybody would like to respond to it, feel free to. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot, but this is the feedback we're getting from some residents. I think it's.
Yeah, so I've been in the company for 7 months, and I've been in retail for over 30 years. So I've heard that many times, even prior to coming into Dollar General. We were talking earlier about I had many years with Starbucks. When we went into different neighborhoods, it was totally different. Since I've been here, and knowing that that's the stigma sometimes, what I've been impressed is that our customers that come in feel as though we have the service and goods that what they need. And it's not to deter and say that it's another dollar store, because at the end of the day, we only have 1 or 2 aisles that are dollar items. We deal with major vendors, so we have Pepsi, Coke, Dean's Dairy, Nichols Bread, all those type of things like that. So I guess we position ourselves as having the products and services that customers need, and it's really critical, especially as we're going into like Easter. We still have toys. Toys R Us are gone. So we're like the toy provider right now because we have many toys that people really need. And we sell so many toys, it's unbelievable still because there's no toy stores around. So I think it's about each store also creating that environment where they are at. Some stores do create that environment where it feels like that. But the stores that really take a intent of making sure that the community understands we're there for them, I think that's the differentiator.
Does each store have its own flexibility to some degree of what it provides, meaning if the concerns are there are no grocery stores within mile plus of a location, therefore this store may have more frozen if not fresh goods, then frozen vegetables, frozen fruits, canned, et cetera, versus, say, a store that may be closer to a grocery store?
So there's that flexibility there that we'll take a look at it and say, let's provide fresh fruit, vegetables, and things like that. And then some of our newer stores have this healthier option that they're putting into the stores right off the bat. So it's a whole different section that some of the older stores don't have, and it just has moved to fresh and healthier options right in the middle of the store.
Okay, thank you. Two members of council, Councilman Langman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Thomas, as far as each individual location, what's the usual salary for the employees that work there? Is it minimum wage? Is it minimum wage plus? Is it?
So starting with the manager, so a manager's salary can be anywhere from $38,000 to $55,000. And that's a manager, so every store has a salaried manager. From there, the breakdown is each store has at least one assistant, all depends on the volume of the store. They're hourly, and that hourly can be anywhere from $12.50 to upwards to $16, $17 an hour. As far as either part-time or key holders that are like part-time managers, they start at minimum wage, but there's the flexibility depending upon if they come in with prior experience. So if someone says, do they start at $8.25, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can start at $8.25, they can start at $10. And then we make concessions as far as that is concerned, as far as if someone is hired in, it'll come maybe cross to my board to say, I approve for this pay increase, and it can be off cycle.
For a store the size that's being proposed, how many folks would be on site at any particular hour of the day?
So that's a 7,500 square foot location. So normally, because of the performer will let you know what we perform to say if the store is going to do X, then we would say it would be anywhere from 7 to 12 employees. But if it's going to be a performer where it's going to be much higher, then you got to have more people to cover the store. At the end of the day, it should open with 2 people and always close as a minimum with 2 people. And then throughout the day, because of different day parts, then that's where the schedule fluctuates to add more people.
Now, is one of the 2 people at opening and closing, is that either the assistant manager or the manager?
Assistant manager, or a part-time key holder, which is like a part-time manager, so to speak.
Okay, and as far as the business goes, my understanding is a dollar store is a pretty localized business. In other words, I don't think you're going to get somebody driving in from Lake County to go to the proposed dollar store. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, but that's because a lot of people don't know what Dollar General has as far as their products. Someone that came in from the outside and then started shopping at Dollar General, I came in and says, I didn't know I can get this here. So I think it's more awareness of what the products and services that we provide.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that it's predominantly serves the needs of the population in the general vicinity of the store.
Normally in a 3 to 5 mile radius.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, there's a finite amount of disposable income in that radius as described. So I'm thinking that you put another retail there, you're going to pull from some of the other retail within that radius. If there's a finite amount of disposable income, if it goes there, that means it's not going to go to Walgreens or Dollar Tree or someplace else. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, but we also pull from each other. So a lot of times when we put one store here, we're pulling from that store because we're making it more convenient for those people that's driving 5 miles. Now they can go 2 miles to a closer Dollar General store. So a lot of our customers are transferable customers.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, is another point in those articles that we shared back and forth is one of the concerns is that you do undercut with the dollar store concept, that you undercut more established retailers, et cetera, and maybe weaken them to the point where they pull out. It's a possibility. But I'd like to pivot, Mr. Chairman, because ultimately, HDR, they've been a great business partner for the city and so forth. They have land they want to develop. It benefits what they want to do on the parcel itself. And, dollar stores, I know there's controversy about that. Is this good or bad? Would I have liked to see like a clinic there, perhaps proposed, or in that area, yes, or another type of business? But I'm more interested in what our economic development and planning department looked at when this proposal came about. I say that because several years ago, we engaged in a Euclid Avenue TLCI program. That is, we had residents, business community along the avenue as part of the TLCI process look at the entire avenue. And those conclusions, even though they're 6 years old now, it was approved by the city council then after much work, much input by the residents of the area. And one of the concepts behind that TLCI was creating what they call a linear park along Euclid Avenue, more green space, et cetera. And they did identify the frontage in front of HGR as part of that linear park. Now, obviously, that land has value, and if we were to go ahead with that, HDR should be compensated for the value of the land as part of the linear park. So to the administration, in the Euclid Avenue TLCI, there's like 4 or 5 pages of potential funding to basically buy up the development rights to frontage, not only at the HDR site, but further east on Euclid Avenue at Heritage Park. Did we do anything to identify monies that could have bought up the development rights to these properties or not? Director Holliday, Mr. Benno?
To the administration.
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, we have used some of those programs to acquire green space along Euclid Avenue, most notably the Euclid Railroad Green Creek area. That has really been our focus up to this point in terms of our green space preservation. It's been expanding upon the existing green space areas that we have here throughout the city. When this opportunity was brought before us, though, we did recognize that specific piece of the Euclid Avenue TLCI plan, which is where and why we requested that the setback be increased in order to accommodate that larger green space opportunity along the front of the property.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I took the time a few weeks back to drive Euclid Avenue from downtown Willoughby all the way down to 55th. And the retail that's along the avenue has very small setbacks from what is the public right-of-way, the sidewalks. You really can't do much. Even 20 feet is really not a lot of space. But what jumped out at me is that there's nothing that where you see a large industrial property where you have development in front, that front parcels. You really don't see that. My concern is that if we did this, that we're setting a precedent that down at Heritage Park, if they wanted to develop their frontage, we could not say no because we're setting a precedent here. And I don't think that's a good idea, and it doesn't fit in with the TLCI concept, at least as proposed. Now, we can always change it, repeal it, modify it, et cetera. But at least as far as the plans that were proposed, we seem to be pivoting away from that for a development that is somewhat controversial, I think is a fair way to put it. And if you look at throughout the city, and I'm glad Mr. Rinker cleared up the spot zoning versus, because if you look at our lakefront, we have what might be considered compatible uses, housing, but you have high-rises, single-family homes. You have more high-rises. And we spent the past 25, 30 years trying to correct that type of zoning, where you have a hodgepodge of different things. So I would feel more comfortable if, in fact, if we went ahead with this, if this was approved, we're not setting a negative precedent for down at Heritage Park. Because, again, the TLCI really calls for that as like the central green space along Euclid Avenue. So if the administration could address that, I would appreciate it.
Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In any rezoning request, we take a close look at the specifics of that particular request. So if we were in fact presented with a request from Heritage Business Park, we would have to take a look at that. I think the specific points, though, that Mr. Rinker pointed out in this case are worth noting, particularly the proximity of this particular property to other existing retail locations. Now, we do have that at a portion of Heritage Business Park notably the western portion of Heritage Business Park. However, there's a lot of frontage there at Heritage Business Park, and the eastern portion in particular is not located near any retail. So it may be the case that we would conclude that the bulk of the frontage of Heritage Business Park would not be appropriate for rezoning. But again, we would really have to look at any request on a case-by-case basis and analyze the specifics of that request.
Well, with all due respect, Director Holly, if you were to build retail, and as HDR proposed, they build the dollar store, you could build retail next to that, et cetera. So it's kind of a creeping, you're getting closer to retail, and before you know it, you have new retail, but what does that do to our older shopping districts? Are you just cannibalizing the dollars that are going there to something that's new? So that's my principal concern, Mr. Chairman, that we're not setting a bad precedent that we really don't have any way to defend. I know Mr. Rinker in his prior life probably has more expertise on that, but I know he probably can't comment on it. Yeah, we spend all these times developing these plans, and then we pivot away from them to kind of do something else. It's very clear how the TLCI approaches the frontage at HDR. I wish we would have explored compensating HDR for the conservation easement for that area. I mean, because that solves, you know, they need more funds to do other things, et cetera, instead of creeping retail that'll eventually box in the mini station anyway. Thank you.
If I may, I'd only like to respond a little bit, because I know that there's a sensitivity here. Whenever you sort of work outside the existing envelope, the scrutiny is necessarily sharper. The concern about precedent is always there whenever there's a zoning change. The reason I started the way I did was to try to address that very concern, because as you look at the proximity to the intersection with Highland Road, that's really the retail cluster, and that is consistent with the master plan. So the administration, at least in the master plan, has talked about along Euclid Avenue looking for appropriate clusters. I think you can cite the fact that the residents in the neighborhood were very sensitive about if this were out in the western portion of the property, not only do you lose the mini station, you've got the playground there, all of a sudden that is more of a, I think that would be a more legitimate concern. So by pushing this to the east, you're really creating much more of that cluster. You're looking at this one property in context of a larger property, and I also suggest, I think it's appropriate with a single site owner such as HDR, with now it'll be 68 acres, but pretty much enveloping this 1 acre, you're looking at the overall complex. I mean, you have a lot of mixtures of uses that have been activated in a space that was dormant at best, to say it was really blighted. So you know you have the actual experience with this property owner in this location. As you look down the road and you consider your future planning, I think part of the concern always is, well, what's our revenue? How do we afford compensating property owners for frontage, this kind of frontage as well? Ironically, HDR has actually elevated the property value. So when you're looking at eminent domain, for example, you always look at comparable values of property. You look at a square footage, especially on frontage. So in effect, what HDR is doing, and with this purchase, because it's about a $1.3 million turnaround when you look at the 1 acre, you are elevating the property values along there. Things don't happen overnight. Things happen incrementally. You also have the power incrementally to address each case on a case-by-case scenario. This, we think, is conforming with the master plan by looking to the clustering. As you move west and you start looking at the TLCI issues, then I would suggest that's where you can start looking at maybe consolidating those properties down the road. But the precedential value here is really very limited. So I just wanted to respond that way. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. Anybody else on council? Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, Mr. Rinkert, you've done an outstanding job.
Yes.
Your presentation was extremely thorough, and I appreciate that. When it comes to the idea of the master plan and it being a U8 office district, obviously it would have been preferential for us to look at that in context of just that one piece and sort of developed the idea before a plan like this came. I have to say that I'm not necessarily in favor of dollar-type stores. That's never my preference, because I do believe that they do set sort of a tone for a neighborhood and for a city. That's just been my personal experience. But I do have to respect the fact that Mr. Kruger has done an outstanding job with investment in our city. I do understand personal finances and personal money, your own private money being invested in this area, and wanting some sort of a return on that. I do appreciate that. You have done a lot for the city and with the city, and I know you've worked very closely with our council person and with our city. So for that, I do thank you. I guess my biggest concern is, well, two things. One, it's been stated that the building behind this proposed Dollar General will be demolished. I made reference in another meeting of, I believe it's Randall, that had a Holiday Inn for some 20-something years lighted behind a brand-new Wendy's. And that perception for that city was extremely negative. So my concern is a brand-new building, which it is a nice-looking building, I have to tell you that, in front of a negative building now brings attention to that negative building. I believe you said on the record once that you plan on demolishing that in approximately 2 to 3 years. Is that correct, Mr. Kruger? That is the plan. Okay. Obviously, we know we can't necessarily hold you to that, but I'm sure man to man, if you say it, that's your intent, because I know you've been a great partner so far. And my other concern is simply a dollar store in that area. It seems there is support from not only the administration, from the council person to my right, but also from the neighborhood. There seems to be a need, and this dollar store seems to fit that need. Again, it's not necessarily my preference, but it sounds like the public so far has spoken, and that's what they're interested in. So with that, that'll be the end of my comments for right now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening. I have a question for Mr. Kruger. You mentioned that you don't have, or you did not, at the time of purchasing this building, have an overall master plan for what you would do with it, and, it's a gigantic property. If the demolition comes to fruition in the next few years, what do you see in between the Dollar General building and your current structure? Like, once that office building's torn down, what happens in that area? Is it just green space, brownfield, parking lot, or could it be, would you build something new there? You must have some idea.
Yes, couple options.
Okay.
We could build something new, another retail. I think put something new there. I think it draws activity. We've already noticed that vibe. We can also do another entrance into the middle part of our building. It's very landlocked right now because of the front office building. So renting that space is very difficult. So we could develop that, and that we do have numbers to do that. It's quite a bit of earthscaping, landscaping, and so we could put docks into the middle section of that building. So we have some options, but obviously that front office building needs to come down. As far as what I prefer, I can't really, I don't know. I don't know if I want to expand that middle section of the building or put up other, I guess, retail facilities up front.
Okay, thank you. And just an overall comment about HGR. Obviously, you're a very valued business within the community. My personal experience with HGR is very good. It's one of my favorite places to spend my Saturday mornings.
Yes.
And I have quite a bit of furniture that is in my house that was
Good.
sourced from
Thank
HGR.
you. Thank you.
It's amazing, and I guess I never realized how you have split up this building into these different uses, these different tenants, and I think there's a lot of potential for being creative with the development of the building. My full-time job, I work for, you might be familiar with Jack Prince. They source a lot of things from you too. And so the company I've worked, that facility has been an old industrial building that ends up getting, it's a mishmash of things and offices and segments, and they've done a really creative job of utilizing all of the space. And it's also, when you have the furniture show in September with all the furniture makers, that maker concept and everything like that, I think could be just huge if you could continue to capitalize on that, especially within the community. It could be a big draw for outsiders to come into Euclid.
That's been discussed as well.
Okay, cool.
That middle section of the building was really unoccupiable until about a year ago. So it's finally got that up to a safe level. So that's now a year or two down the road, maybe we're looking at the possibility of getting the front entrance. But if you bring that front office building down, there'll also be access from HDR into that front section. It will be ground level,
Okay.
as opposed to putting docks, but again, another option.
Yeah. Okay, great. It sounds very exciting, and hopefully you can get towards that demo and other plans
But I'm with you on that one.
sooner than later. Definitely, thank you. And then, Mr. Thomas, you mentioned earlier that Dollar General does a lot of service within the communities that they're in. You mentioned service days, cleanups, and things of that nature. Are there any other philanthropic areas that Dollar General gets into specifically, or?
Yeah, so, we're really huge with the military.
Okay.
As far as giving back. One of our chief head of HR, he has created all the military programs throughout Dollar General. We do a lot of things around literacy due to the fact that our founder was illiterate, and we give back as far as that is concerned and really get involved as far as that. Since I've been here, I've seen just an amazing amount of things that our team members create and get out into the community and do. It can be working with the elderly, delivery service that some stores say, hey, they can't get to our store, so let's do a delivery service to help them out. Going to the local schools and really doing some donations and doing some things with the schools in that particular area. So I think those are some of the things that I've seen I've been really impressed with as far as giving back to the community. And it can be a vast amount of different things because people are very creative as far as what that looks like.
Okay.
Different holidays, things like that as well.
This is all very good to hear. We do have a very strong volunteer environment within residents and businesses within the community, and to have somebody who may join in on that is very promising to me, at least. In fact, we have our citywide cleanup on Saturday. We rely upon donations from local organizations to be able to fund those types of things. So having more partners that come in, and that you're not just coming in to, plop a store down and make money off of it, but that you're also going to give back, that's important. So thank you.
Councilman Langman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kruger, was there any conversations of just having Dollar General demolish the old office building, and then they basically get the land for a very discounted amount? It seems like that would solve a couple of things for you guys.
Well, same difference if you taking that money that we give you and
Yeah.
putting that toward the demo. I mean, there's no difference there.
Yeah,
Well, the reason why I bring it up, it seems like, the office building's been empty since, I can remember, so that's 20, 25 years. Something. I know it was empty when I first got on council way back when. And if the building was gone, but again, I'm thinking, Mr. Chairman, about, the linear park concept. If you head south on 271 and get off at the Forbes Ravenna Road exit and you head into Oakwood, they do a pretty nice job of being a little creative with their sidewalks and plantings and so forth. So I look at the workup, 20 feet is not a lot, 30, 40 feet, but you can't do that with that old office building there if you moved everything in a little bit. So, if you're going to have retail there, at least make the frontage a little greener, a little more interesting, you do a little more. And it looks really nice in Oakwood, what they've done on their plaza side, where Ollie's is, and I think Levin's is out that way. So just a thought, it just seems like the office space really precludes you from doing other more creative things until you get rid of that office.
Sure, I agree.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I'd like, at this point, before we kind of move on with our business, turn this over to the members of the audience. If there are comments, questions, concerns from residents, please come forward. You'll have your 5 minutes or less. And, no, oh no, you will not get more than 5 minutes, no. Yeah, over there.
Hi, Preeta Taylor, 1495 East 193rd. And I'm here tonight because I am concerned about the dollar store. But my concern has turned me into thinking more of what is needed in our neighborhood more than what I need. And from sitting here tonight, I'm listening to everyone talk about everything but what the people need. We have a lot of residents in our area that live in apartment buildings. Some of them have transportation, some of them do not. In our ward, we have no stores. We have one Dollar Tree there, which is sell a few items that help the seniors that go over there, but we have nothing else. And I think about when I hear green space, that's all we have on the south side of Euclid. Is green space. We have nothing else. We have no business at all. And maybe once the dollar store come in, maybe it may not be the best thing to say to bring up a neighborhood, but it's a start. And I think the residents has a lot to do with trying to keep their neighborhood up. We have a strong organization that we fight to keep our neighborhood. And we have talked to Brian Cougar from HGR. They have worked with us, bargained with us, because the first initiative was to tear down the mini station and move the mini station to put a dollar store there. But meeting with our community and our association and our council person, it was changed. And from seeing that type of person able to communicate with a group of neighbors, residents, and try to work to satisfy the community, I welcome that type of business to our community. And I feel that we are responsible enough. And the city, I have to say again, for years, you have brought nothing to the south side of Euclid. Everything is earmarked to the north side. This can be a beginning. And there are dollar stores around, Dollar General. I also drove down Euclid Avenue, and I visit one in Willowwood. Yes, Wycliffe. I visit one there. It's very nice. I looked around. I priced some of the items that they have, and it was cheaper than some grocery store. Sure, this may move some grocery stores out, but we don't have any. We have no grocery stores in our. We have like a Dave, and we have another grocery store, Simon, but we have no competition in Euclid. We have nothing to want to draw people to Euclid. We shop outside of our city, which is bad. We need to bring in more. We got to stop thinking one way and think outside the box. What can we do to make our city better? We have to start somewhere. And as council people and as city officials, it is your responsibility to make sure that these businesses do what they're supposed to do. We have Family Dollar. I understand they're moving out. They're going to close down quite a few Family Dollars. I ride around and I look at the area. It's awful. I call City Hall. I call the council people. No one is doing anything. The city is responsible. And we need to stand up and start doing what we're supposed to do. And as far as green space, In another year or two, they will be tearing down Central Junior High School. That would give us plenty of green space. We was concerned about the green space, and this is why we did not want the mini station moved, the playground, or the basketball court. But at least give our business people a chance. Maybe they can bring us better business in, some sandwich shop. We used to have a Whitney's, but they took the Whitney's from the south side of town and moved it over on the north side. So maybe we can get a Whitney's back. If not a Whitney's, some type of sandwich shop that we can have. So on that note, I'm hoping you consider to give Mr. Kruger and his team an opportunity. And as you being in charge of the city, you make sure they do what they're supposed to do. And that is my statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh.
Good evening, everyone. James Williams on East 196th Street, 1471. Ms. Taylor is our president. She's said a lot, that was on my heart, and I thank you and I commend you for doing something, bringing something into our neighborhood. We have been felt like neglected, like she said. A lot of stuff been going to the north side, not a lot going on in our neighborhood, except well, a lot of deterioration. Houses, getting torn down because people are moving out. The kids are not moving back into the houses that their parents or their grandparents left them. They're not moving back. They go out to the renters and stuff like that. They don't do the things like we used to do, keeping the neighborhood up. So with some investment coming back into the community, maybe some other people might come in and show a little pride, like we've been showing for quite a few years. So we commend you for coming into our neighborhood. And one thing that my wife brought up, it would be nice to have a little more lighting and security. I hope you guys bring in some security, with this investment and everything. There seems to be a little lack of security on the place, caravan place, with a Carvana, because there's an alarm that goes off every weekend, and they're going to change that, hopefully. Yeah, we've been talking about that at the meeting. So I just want to be, let you know that we are encouraged by the things that you guys are planning for us, and we're here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, council or committee. Anybody interested in Councilman Moore? Is there one more question? Oh, okay.
So the land that we're talking about is going to be leased to Zaremba, so it's not being sold to Zaremba or sold to Dollar General, is that correct? So HGR still retains the land, is that correct? It's being sold.
Buy the property from HGR.
Okay. Yes. All right, thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, I'll make a motion that we send this back to council. I think just kind of given, the back and forth, I'll make the motion we send it back to council with no recommendation, so we could, get at least to the second reading and go on from there. Do I have a second on that motion? Councilman Moore, seconds. I will take roll. Councilman Moore?
I'm sorry.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify. You stated that it will go back to council.
Yes, we're getting
with
it.
no recommendation. And did you state second
I
reading?
believe it will be the second
It
reading.
will be the third reading,
Will it be? I
actually.
thought we said
It
it.
will be the final reading.
Will it be?
And that was the reason why we had the,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, that's fine.
That was the reason why we did not have the public
Gotcha.
portion on the agenda
Okay.
for Monday. So
Thank
I
you
just
for that
wanted to
correction.
clarify that. Thank you.
Councilman Langman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that dollar stores that it just within the past few days have kind of gotten controversial, what Cleveland's doing, articles that would it be possible, either through your committee or maybe the administration, that we evaluate, take a sense of how many dollar stores we have, and do we have too many? Are they a hindrance?
Yeah.
I know we can't solve it here because we're so far down the road with
Right.
this particular project.
I think that's fair, and I'd definitely be open to any of those discussions. You know, sort of if the concern so much is food desert, but to hear the residents and the councilwoman talk, there's an everything desert going on in that area. And I think we need to start getting some stuff going on there, potentially. But no, I think that's a great idea for a discussion where we don't have to have everybody else's time involved. So with that, we have a second. One more? Are we good? Okay.
Yep.
So we'll take a roll call to send this back to full council with no specific recommendation. Councilman Moore?
Yes.
Councilman Langman?
Yes.
And Councilman Giles, yes. So this will be on the next council meeting's agenda, where we'll go to vote to the full council. Okay? All right. With that, I'll take a motion to dismiss, and there it is. Thank you.
Cigarette butts are the most littered item in America, but they don't have to be. The Keep America Beautiful Cigarette Litter Prevention Program cuts cigarette litter in half. Learn more at preventcigarettelitter.org.
Hey, Kate, take a quick look around your home. If you've got unused or expired medications, it's time to make your home safer.
And did you know, Ed, it's risky to leave unneeded medications in your home? Children and pets can be accidentally poisoned.
And by getting rid of prescription drugs, you'll reduce the risk of drug abuse by family or friends.
Unused or expired medications that are on countertops, shelves, or in your medicine cabinet need to be disposed of properly.
Nope, not in the wastebasket, Kate.
And not there, Ed. Those medicines could end up in our water, which is bad for the environment.
Getting rid of medications is easy. Take them to the drug drop box in the lobby of the Euclid Police Department. Using the drug drop box makes your home and our world
a safer place.
Would like to call to order this evening's meeting of the City of Euclid's Planning and Zoning Commission. If everyone please join me and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, could we have a roll call of the members, please?
Dominic?
Here.
Renfro? Weymouth?
Here.
Monroe? Drake?
Present. Make a motion to excuse Commissioner Renfro, so moved and seconded. Roll call for that. Don't need it.
Don't need.
All right. Are there any additions or corrections to last, or 2 months ago minutes?
No, there's no minutes.
No minutes for that. Yeah. So we'll go ahead into communications. Is there any communications for tonight's meeting, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, I have no communications for tonight's meeting.
Let's move right into, we have some old business to take care of.
Yes. Our first case under old business is case number 2019-LBK-06. Charlie Roscoe, President, First Choice Development and Demolition, has submitted an application to purchase the above referenced parcels from the Euclid Land Bank as authorized by Ordinance 98-2010, as amended by Ordinance number 101-2011, and requesting required variances to construct a 1,450 square foot dwelling. The applicant is requesting a variance from the section of the Euclid Codified Ordinances requiring a total finished livable floor area of not less than 2,000 square feet per dwelling unit. The parcels are located in the U2 two-family house district, and new construction is proposed. 2 motions requested.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Commissioner Benno?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The revised pricing policy on this property passed by council was devised to promote construction of infill houses, pricing lots which are being sold with a proposal for new construction at $1. The purchase proposal includes a plan to develop a new house within 1 year. The proposed house is a single-family style ranch with a detached garage, with an attached garage. The house will have 1,456 square feet of living area. The average number of square feet of livable area of the 19 closest houses to the subject lot is 1,152 square feet. Staff believes that the 2,000 square foot minimum for new construction represents a hardship to redeveloping vacant lots in the neighborhood because finding comparable sales at this size would be very difficult, making it hard for prospective purchasers to purchase the house. In that the proposed house is 304 square feet larger than the average living area of the surrounding houses, the proposal will support and strengthen the neighborhood's housing stock. Staff believes that strict application of the 2,000 square foot minimum house size would be a hardship to redevelopment of the property. Also, grant of the variance would be in keeping with the city's newly adopted comprehensive plan in that this project will be slightly above the neighborhood average house size, and the house should also help update the city's housing stock. It's important to mention that the case was initially proposed to build a 1,381-foot square structure. We met with Mr. Roscoe and reviewed several available floor plans. After discussion, Mr. Roscoe decided to change his proposal to the plans being presented tonight. We appreciate applicants who are willing to work with us to address concerns. We hope that the Commission will agree that we have an acceptable redevelopment proposal. Staff recommends that the 2 requested motions be approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Benno. And just as a point of clarification for everyone that will be reporting before the Commission today, we normally have a Commission of 5 members. As you can see, today we will only have 4. You will still have to get the majority of those 4 members to vote. You do have an option when it comes up, whether or not you would like to be heard today, or you can choose to table your motion until next month's meeting when we have all 5. So I'll be asking each of you as you come forward, so keep that in mind as it's your turn. Okay, Mr. Roscoe, if we could get you to swear in with the law director first.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could give us your full name and spell your last name and your address, please.
Charlie Roscoe, R-O-S-C-O-E,
You need our address? 2227 Renford Road, University Heights, 44118.
Okay, would you like to go ahead and explain your request, please?
I mean, I'm just trying to put up a nice ranch house. I mean, I originally wanted to do something different, but after speaking with Paul, we decided to go with this ranch here. I think it will fit what you guys would like in your neighborhood.
Okay. Just as a point of clarification, again, in your second motion, it does say 1381 square feet, but that should be actually 1450 square feet for the size of the house. Is that correct?
I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
To Chairman Drake, it is 1456 square feet, a variance of 544 square feet. It is correct on the staff report. Unfortunately, we didn't get we had the old house's figures for the agenda.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to get that clear before we got into it. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Monroe?
Just from a planning perspective, this question is for Commissioner Member Benno. Will it be a requirement that the lots be consolidated prior to a building permit be issued, since the proposed improvement crosses a building lot line?
To Member Monroe, there is a requirement that these lots will have to be consolidated. They can be consolidated. They must be consolidated prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, not necessarily to the issuance of the permit. But the end result is, and before the house is sold, the two lots will be consolidated.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Dominic.
Yes, good evening. I think it's nice that you want to build a new home in Euclid. You had stated that you wanted to possibly build something other than a ranch-style house. What style house were you looking at possibly building?
We're going with a split level, but the split level only needed one lot, so we decided, since those were two lots, and I had a ranch, some plans with a ranch, we just decided to go ahead and switch with the ranch.
Okay, great. And will the home have a basement as well, or are you doing a crawl space or a slab?
We're going to do a slab as of right now.
As a slab. Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. Commissioner Wayman?
Mr. Roscoe, if we approve the plans and then it was subsequently approved by council, when would you propose starting this?
As soon as possible.
Thank you.
I mean, however long for me to take to get the permits, I'm ready to move forward.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this matter? Councilman?
All right, good evening, gentlemen. Brian Moore, 24445 Effingham, Euclid, Ohio, 44117. Just a couple questions, one for clarity. I believe that motion number 2 currently states 1381 square feet. Is that supposed to be the 1456 square feet also?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one that I was questioning earlier.
Right. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And then my second question is for the applicant. I do appreciate the fact that we're doing a ranch instead of a split level. A ranch gives us a lot more opportunity for those of us who may be aging in place to maintain our home, as opposed to a split level where we, it might only be a few steps, but we might not be able to get up those steps. But in consideration of doing a new house, had you considered doing a basement to sort of open the market for other people, or is it cost prohibitive to do such?
Well, I mean,
Mr. Roscoe, we'll let them ask other questions, and then you'll be able to answer them at the end.
Okay. And then my last question is, no, that's my last question. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay. To his question, originally I said a basement, but what it's going to cost to do the basement, I don't think it would have been worth me taking a chance of putting a basement in, trying to find a buyer. So at that point, I choose not at this time to put a basement in.
Okay. Anyone else would like to address this matter? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. And we would like to welcome Commissioner Weymouth to the commission this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to recommend to City Council the sale of permanent parcel numbers 641-22-028 and 641-22-029 to First Choice Development Demolition, LLC.
Seconded by Commissioner Dominic. Roll call, please.
Dominic?
Yes.
Weymouth?
Yes.
Monroe?
Yes?
Drake?
Yes. Second motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant a variance to a section of the Euclid Codified Ordinances and permit the total finished livable floor area for a new dwelling to be no less than 1,456 square feet, a variance of 544 square feet for a property located on permanent parcels numbers 641-22-028 and 641-22-029.
Seconded by Commissioner Dominic. Roll call, please.
Weymouth?
Yes.
Monroe?
Yes?
Dominic?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes. Congratulations, your motions have been approved. They do have to be confirmed with council, and if you get with staff afterwards, they can let you know when that will be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, let's get into tonight's new business.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, our first case under new business is case number 2019-UDE-02. David Passar, Managing Partner of Lakeland Realty Management, LLC, has submitted an application requesting a use district exception to create and operate 28 residential units in the westerly half of an existing approximate 40,000 square foot office, four-story office building located at 25701 Lakeland Boulevard, the U8 office building district. One motion requested.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Commissioner Beno?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is approximately 2.7 acres and zoned in the U8 office district. It has excellent highway visibility. However, the highway access route is a bit confusing, with westbound drivers being required to go past their destination and loop back, crossing under the highway twice. The building has had some difficulty in maintaining viable occupancy rates for several years. The current operator has been before the commission on several occasions to request variances and conditional use approvals for various potential tenants. At this point, we're being asked to accept that the office market, which once supported this and other buildings along the Interstate 90 corridor, no longer exists or is no longer viable at this size. This leaves us facing a question of what uses would be viable and acceptable to the broader Euclid community. Directly to the west of the subject property, we have a multifamily apartment complex, which is well-maintained and appears viable with relatively low vacancy rates. The owner has approached the city with other concepts, such as an adaptive reuse of the building as an extended stay hotel and as a mixed-use retail and office facility. Staff feels that the current proposal is the best match for our current market conditions. We also feel that if the city does not grant the owner approval for an economically viable use, we would be subjecting the owner to a significant hardship. Also in this case, staff reviewed a prior floor layout which would have created more but smaller units. We suggested the somewhat larger and more varied units shown in the current proposal. We felt that these larger units would provide for more long-term residents, but still keep the units at a size that would be attractive to the future employees of the nearby Amazon distribution complex. The owner has invested significant resources in creating attractive office spaces. There is no fault in the building or in the owner's efforts to revitalize the current office use. Staff concludes that it is not viable in this market at this time to absorb this office space at this location. Converting the building into apartments appears to be a reasonable option, which does not conflict with the surrounding zoning patterns and which does not conflict with the general objectives of the citywide plan. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Beno. Gentlemen, as I stated earlier, you have the option of moving forward tonight, or you can table your motion. Which would you like to do?
Continue.
Okay, very good. If you're both going to speak, we'll go ahead and let her swear you in at this point.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, if we could get your full name, spell your last name, and your address, please.
David Bassar, 2620 Milton Road, University Heights, Ohio 44118.
Eli Mailer, M-A-H-L-E-R, at 3947 West Ash Lane. That's in Orange Village, Ohio. I'm the architect on the project, and this is the owner of the project.
All right. We'll go right ahead, gentlemen. Explain your motion.
It was well covered by Mr. Bino. Again, this property has had problem in getting tenants, and I think it can be addressed by the owner of need to change that into a multi-use building. You want to add?
Oh, yeah, we tried for several years to get offices to fill them up, and unfortunately we were not successful. I was hoping that by going through the direction, I believe it will be benefit the community, and hopefully we'll be very successful with that direction of mixed use.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Dominic.
Yes, good evening. I think it's great that you want to renovate an existing building here in Euclid. I personally would have liked to seen it to be a hotel, but that's, another time. Question for you, are these units going to be apartments or condominiums, is my first question. My second question is there any outside space for the tenants? Any green space? My third question is, are the units going to have a small balcony off of them, and are you going to have designated parking spots for the tenants in the parking lot, since you will have mixed use there between office, retail, and living spaces? Those are the 4 questions that I have currently. Thank you.
Okay, no, these are not going to be turned into condominiums, as your first question. They'll be apartments and office space. The area has many parking spaces, open spaces, so in the future we would contemplate to at least take part of that to accommodate the tenants with some amenities. One of your questions is the designating spaces for the tenants in the office. This can easily be done as we go along. And you had a 4th question?
Balconies or outside green space?
Outside amenities? Community spaces? Oh, you mentioned also balconies or something? No, the building itself has no balconies. We're not planning on doing so. It really would change the character of the building, and some of them are offices and what have you. We're not contemplating any balconies. I hope that answers all of 4 questions.
Also, I just want to add one more thing, that the building has 3 entrances, the main, the front, and there are 2, one with the west, one with the east, and that will make it, I think, easier to have a separate entrance from the west entrance.
There would also be exercise room and lockers in the lower level for the tenants.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominic. Commissioner Monroe?
Would the, and I don't know, I haven't been in this building, but are the common area restrooms on each level locked and secured?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite make.
Yeah, I'm sorry, is the common area bathrooms on each floor, are they locked?
Actually, yes, there are two bathrooms, one on the second floor. which is large, and then one on the fourth floor, and they are locked.
And those would only be available for the office tenants, correct?
I'm assuming yes, because each unit, each apartment will have their own bathroom and shower and so on.
This being a medical building, there's plenty of plumbing to convert this into an apartment. And the existing bathrooms on the second and fourth floor do accommodate for the offices, have ADA bathrooms already, so we would meet that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Monroe. Commissioner Weber?
What would be the mix of the types of units? Would there be, I see there's some efficiency, one bedrooms. Are there any two bedrooms?
Most of the units are one-bedroom apartments. We do have, because of the shape of the building, we do have two efficiency units where the elevator and the stairway, which seems to lend itself better for that type of unit.
And would there be on-site management for the tenants to like collect packages and things like that?
Yes, we have an office there, and we're going to have on-site managers.
And what would you anticipate running these units for?
We're going to do the research, depend on obviously with the type of cabinets, type of countertop, flooring, and we'll have to do the proper research and to be somewhere in the market, whatever the market will be. But we're trying to compare with also with the nice unit downtown as much as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And what is your time frame to be able to do this if you were approved?
Well, we have to do, hopefully we'll get the approval. We have to do the working drawings and get it passed through the building department. So I think the units for the apartments, they can start advertising immediately. The duration of doing these apartments might be a period of, just a safe guess would be a 6 months time frame to convert all of the 28 apartments.
So 6 months to be able to convert all 28?
I'm just shooting a
Just as
higher...
a number, yeah.
Yeah, just to be able to try to meet that time frame.
Now, Mr. Presser, Pessar, you've had other tenants come before us before with opportunities to do daycares down on the first floor. Has that...
Actually, unfortunately, she found a different building and she bought it, so it was approved, but she decided to go a different direction.
But the first floor will still be office space?
We're trying to go with the riser, so on the west part of the building, to the whole riser apartment, including the first floor.
Including the first floor.
Yeah, we were here for the daycare, but as we went along, she changed her mind. So there's no intention of doing that.
Okay. And this will, you said the access to the building, will it be open or will it be a locked access? You wouldn't have security, would you have to?
Right now, it's a secure building right now, and it's open to the public morning till evening, and after hours, everybody get a special fuck out. We're hoping to continue with that.
Okay. Anyone in the audience would like to address this matter? Councilwoman?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. Laura Gorshi, councilperson for Ward 8, 835 East 250th Street. I have been working with Mr. Pessar and Mr. Mailer for several years now, going through their dreams and desires to really have this building come back to life. As you're aware, that with the medical buildings and private practices all going to be paid, doctors and nurses and such, with the big three, Metro Health, Cleveland Clinic, and UH, all doctors have now seemed to not be in private practice, slim to none, and are working for the clinic, so now this is a U8 district. I know that Commissioner Benno is working to have a little bit of a more robust U8 district. Therefore, working with Mr. Pessar and Mr. Mailer over the past couple of years, you are correct. There was a daycare, 2 daycares actually, that had an idea to go into that area because of the safe proximity for people to go be able to drop their children off and such. However, the one lady applicant did go to the west side and did not go forward with her plans here at this building. So if you envision where this building is, it is on the Marginal on Lakeland Boulevard. You will imagine the K&D Apartments, Lakeland Terrace, the post office, the renovated Sunoco that's come here when I was on the commission, and there is an RTA bus stop in close proximity as well. Behind this apartment building is wooded areas at the 260th and Marginal area, kind of behind the Shell station. There is some green space that was done with a rain garden several years ago, so there is some great greenery there, some fresh air, close proximity for gas, grocery, post office and such. So when I was invited to the meeting to talk about the apartments, we did have one plan we looked at, and after talking it through, the applicants were amenable to having some improvements to those property sketches that you have in front of you this evening. What I could say about these 2 gentlemen is they definitely have the tenacity. They've been looking for things to do with this building to make it viable. I think it's time to, the apartments is a really good idea, to have the other side being some office space. There is some retail down on the first floor that have come and gone, but they've stayed with it. They've looked at the suggestions that our planning department has put forth. Commissioner Benno could tell you the hours of time that we have spent, and now here we are. So hoping that you would go forward and let them allow to further explore this opportunity. Another thing about the building, it is a big brick building. There's been improvements to the property through the years with the flooring and such. What is interesting about this building is there's firewalls not only going to be between the apartment units, but between floors as well. So there's a safety and security component there. Security system and cameras have been recently installed, and other things that if I had brought my large folder with me, I could have gone further. But I fully support this endeavor, and I hope that you will support it as well. And I do thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else who would like to address this matter? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Monroe? Commissioner Dominic
beat me to it.
Yep.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to grant and recommend to City Council a use district's exemption to adapt or reuse and operate 28 residential units in the westerly half of an existing approximately 40,000 square foot office, 4-story office building located on permanent parcel number 643-25-010.
Seconded by Commissioner Weymouth. Roll call, please.
Nick?
Yes.
Weymouth?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes. Congratulations, gentlemen. Your motion's been approved. Again, you will also have to go before council, and if you get with commissioner's staff, they will let you know when that will come up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. All right. The next item on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Variances to install 2 5-foot, 11.5-inch tall, 10.1 square foot pre-sale menu ground signs and 2 5-foot, 11.5-inch tall, 20 square foot menu board ground signs for a drive-through lane of a fast food restaurant located at 22291 Euclid Avenue, the U4 local retail or wholesale district. The applicant was requesting relief from the sections of the Euclid codified ordinances permitting 1 freestanding sign with a maximum area of 5 feet, Three motions requested.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Commissioner Benno?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is an above-average-sized small retail parcel that has been used as a fast food information and to facilitate their transactions. At this time, we're being asked to allow replacement of an existing sign system that was modified with Planning and Zoning and ARB approval in 2012. The proposal does not significantly change the size or placement of the existing signs. Based on this history of prior approvals for similar signs, also taking into account that these signs are not placed to attract attention to, but rather to direct customers who have already selected the drive-through option, staff has no objection to the proposed signs. Staff recommends approval of the requested motions.
Thank you, Commissioner Benno. And again, you will also have the option of moving forward with the one other additional caveat that, as you can see, Commissioner Monroe has to recuse himself to this matter. So would you like to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. We will swear you in then.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Go right ahead, sir, and give us your full name, spell your last name and your address, please.
Landon White with Site Enhancement Services, 6001 NIMS Parkway, South Bend, Indiana.
Spell your last name again.
White, W-H-I-T-E.
Mr. White, go right ahead and explain the motion.
Yeah, absolutely. I will keep my comments brief as we have no other information to include other than what staff has recommended, but we believe that this proposal is a positive aesthetic upgrade. The design and manufacturing of the signs are positive. We'll reduce some of the residual illumination. I can get into some of those details in a moment if you would like, but we don't have any additional information or any other additional package to propose, and so we're hoping to consider these as minor relief, or excuse me, minor exemptions, and we appreciate your consideration of this request.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Dominic, question?
Yes, good evening. You know, I think it's great that you're wanting to do this, and it expedites the process for ordering and throughput. My only comment would be that if you're, and this is sort of off topic slightly, is that if you are with a franchising group that, you know, has this area, that perhaps another unit on Lakeshore Boulevard would be greatly appreciated. That's all I can add. Thank you.
Yeah, I can pass on the information.
Wasn't expecting that, were you? Question, sometimes the only concern we have when we do approve these are concerns with the use of temporary signs, the little placards sitting up. We're going to make sure that that won't be occurring.
Correct.
All right, anyone in the audience would like to address this matter? No, Councilman? Okay. All right, then we'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Commissioner Waverly.
A motion to grant a variance to a section of Euclid codified ordinances and permit 4 ground signs, a variance of 3 ground signs for a property located on permanent parcel number 647-36-064.
Seconded by Commissioner Dominic. Roll call, please.
Dominic?
Yes.
Weymouth?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes. Second motion.
A motion to grant a variance to a section of the Euclid codified ordinances and permit the total area of L menu and 2 menu board ground signs to be 60.10 square feet, a variance of 20.10 square feet for a property located at permanent parcel number 647-36-064.
Seconded by Commissioner Dominic. Roll call, please.
Dominic?
Yes.
Weymouth?
Yes.
Drake?
Yes. And final motion?
A motion to grant a variance to a section of the Euclid codified ordinances and permit the height of 4 ground sides to be 5 feet 11.5 inches each, a variance of 11.5 inches each for a property located on permanent parcel number 6.
Yes. Congratulations. Your motion's a response for development.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good luck with your motion.
Serious.
All right, Mr. Secretary, let's move on to our next item on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and Patricia Day, co-owners and residents, have submitted an application requesting the required variances to install a permanent central air conditioning unit in the side yard 13 feet from the side yard property line and approximately 25 feet from the rear yard. The applicant is requesting relief from a section of the Euclid codified ordinances requiring central air conditioning units to be placed at the rear of the house in between the side house lines, but not less than 10 feet from any side property line for a property located at 28049 Gilchrist Avenue, a U1 single-family house district. One motion requested.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We will await the return of Commissioner Monroe, and then we'll move forward. Welcome back, Commissioner Monroe. Commissioner Bennell, to your point.
This house happens to feature an inset wall section along the westerly property line. This wall section is approximately 13 feet off the affected property line. This means that while the proposed air conditioning compressor is not behind and approximately 10 feet, the only neighbor has written a letter of support for the proposed placement. Also, the placement of the house does seem to create a hardship to an alternative location of placing the unit behind the house. Staff recommends approval of the request.
Okay, are you Ms. Day?
Yes, I am. Thank you,
If we
Patricia
could
Day.
go ahead and swear you in first.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. If we could get you to give us your full name, spell your last name and your address, please.
Patricia Day, D-A-Y, 28049 Gilchrist Drive, Euclid.
All right, go right ahead and explain your request, please.
Well, when we bought our property in 1985, we tore down an old house and built a new home. And at the time, we were in our 30s and did not anticipate needing air at that point. It was breezy. We faced the lake, a lot of trees. It just didn't seem necessary back in the 80s. So we glassed in the whole back of our home, and then we landscaped the front, we landscaped the sides, and now we realize, now that we're in our 70s and have different illnesses, we need the air. If we put it on the side of our home, it's landscaped. Our neighbor won't even know it's there, the street won't know it's there, but we will, and we would just add to the, I'll answer any questions. Okay.
Go ahead and swear you in first.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. If we could get you to give us your full name, spell your last name and your address, please.
Patricia Day, D-A-Y, 28049 Gilchrist Drive, Euclid.
All right, go right ahead and explain your request, please.
Well, when we bought our property in 1985, we tore down an old house and built a new home. And at the time, we were in our 30s and did not anticipate needing air at that point. It was breezy. We faced the lake, a lot of trees. It just didn't seem necessary back in the 80s. So we glassed in the whole back of our home, and then we landscaped the front, we landscaped the sides, and now we realize, now that we're in our 70s and have different illnesses, we need the air. If we put it on the side of our home, it's landscaped. Our neighbor won't even know it's there, the street won't know it's there, but we will, and we would just add to the, I'll answer any questions.
It is sad but true that for years, some people have been using storm drains to dispose of their wastes. Some people see storm drains as free, convenient trash cans. Storm sewer systems aren't like sanitary sewers. Sanitary sewers take waste from bathrooms and kitchens and clean them up by sedimentation, filtration, and disinfection. Storm sewers, on the other hand, do not treat or clean up anything passing through them. Storm sewers are just pipes and ditches designed to channel clean stormwater runoff away from urbanized areas. Everything that enters a storm drainage system is eventually discharged into a stream, river, lake, or bay in exactly the same form as it entered. One of the responsibilities of municipalities that operate storm sewer systems is to prevent what the EPA calls illicit discharges. Illicit discharges are any discharges of non-stormwater, which is virtually anything that didn't originally fall from the sky, into or through the storm sewer. When illicit discharges enter surface waters, they can injure or kill wildlife. They can suffocate plants and fish, destroy breeding and nesting areas, make game fish inedible, cause algal blooms that consume the oxygen in the water and make the water unsafe for swimming or recreation. Illicit discharges have also been responsible for temporary shutdowns of drinking water treatment plants. Many of us see one of the most common sources of illicit discharges every day: trash that didn't quite make it into an outdoor dumpster or trash can. Paper, plastic, cardboard, packing peanuts, and the like are easily washed into the nearest storm drain inlet by the next storm. You may have seen or heard about other bad practices, like dumping used motor oil, engine coolant, or cigarette butts onto the street or down the storm drain. Like rinsing soapy water from a car washing area into the street. Like cleaning floor mats, filters, paintbrushes, screens, mops, or other items outdoors. Using a storm drain to dispose of unwanted garden chemicals like fertilizers or pesticides. Or for pet wastes, leaves, grass clippings, or car ashtrays is just like dumping these wastes right into the nearest stream or river. Everyone in town has a responsibility to dispose of wastes properly, in the trash for solid wastes, down the sanitary sewer for sanitary wastes, in the yard for car wash water, at the nearest household hazardous waste facility for hazardous wastes, but never, never down a storm drain or into the street. Then, we all have a further responsibility to help stop any illicit discharge from occurring anytime or anywhere. Our role in this is, first, by telling our family and friends about illicit discharges and the harm they cause to the environment. Then, on top of that, we can all stay alert to spot and report illicit discharges occurring in our neighborhoods. The best place to spot an illicit discharge is at its source, at the inlet, catch basin, drainage channel, or ditch where it first enters the storm sewer. Be on the lookout for things like stains on storm drain inlets and in open drainage channels. Used oil, paint, radiator coolant, and many other pollutants leave easy-to-spot discoloration. Another dead giveaway is empty containers on or near a storm drain inlet or by the roadside. Those containers were probably emptied into the storm drain. If you see a pipe or a hose leading into a storm drain, someone probably uses it to dispose of waste frequently. Illicit discharges can also be spotted at outfalls. Outfalls are where storm drainage systems discharge into surface waters. One important sign to watch for is the appearance of the water. Pure stormwater or snowmelt is clear and bright. If the discharge has any color, if it is dark or cloudy, or if it has a persistent foam or scum floating on top, that is not just stormwater. Runoff contaminated with raw sewage often has a gray, greasy appearance. Runoff with gasoline in it may show a rainbow sheen. Then there's the odor. Outfalls should not have any smell. A raw sewage smell could be from a leaking or clogged sanitary sewer line which passes above or near a storm drainage pipe. And, now this is really important, report any obvious or suspicious discharges to your local stormwater authority. The information you provide can directly and quickly eliminate a major source of surface water pollution. Call your local public works or engineering department, or just call the main number for your city, town, or county and ask who's responsible for stormwater. Are you ready to help?
Anthony is wanted everywhere.
Anthony's on my team. Oh, he's on my team.
But recently, Anthony went with his parents to find a new place to live.
It's already rented.
But housing discrimination is illegal, so Anthony's parents filed a complaint. And now they have a wonderful place to live. If you believe you've been discriminated against because of your race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, or disability, contact your local Fair Housing Center.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Control meeting for Monday, April 8th. I will begin by calling the roll. Director Stevens?
Here.
Director Connect?
Here.
Director Smith?
Here.
Director Sweeney?
Here.
Community Development Manager Mostalski?
Here.
Director Sinatra?
Here.
And Councilman Jaros?
Here.
Thank you. You should have received the minutes from the April 8th meeting. No, that's not correct. April 1st meeting. That's okay. You should have received the minutes from the April 1st meeting. Were there any questions or corrections? Seeing none, motion to approve by Director Stevens, second by Director Connect. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And requisitions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first requisition is from Middlefield Farm and Garden in the amount of $15,498.52 from the Nuisance Abatement Fund, and I so move.
Second, this would allow us to purchase the mowers, trimmers, and blowers so that we can clean up yards that are nuisance properties in the city. This was discussed as part of the budget process. We are taking on a different way, hopefully to address some of the concerns from neighbors and how we take care of our grass cutting. This is government pricing, so no bids were needed. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next requisition is from Warren Fire Equipment in the amount of $18,264 from the general fund, and I so move.
Second, this is for 8 sets of turnout gear. We have decided, and as discussed in the budget hearings, this is a way to get a regular process to replace the turnout gear for our firefighters. So we've committed to doing 8 sets per year, and that is part of their general budget. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye. Next requisition is from CT Consultants in the amount of $825,000 from the wastewater treatment fund, and I so move.
Second.
Director Connect?
Thank you. This is for the MBR design, procurement, and construction services on the plant project. This is the anticipated amount for this, the remainder of this year.
Thank you. And it is a drawdown.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That completes requisitions. We do have one item under Gov Deals. Director Connect?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a 1969 power roller, starting bid of $200 and a duration of 10 days. This unit was used in the street department for asphalt repairs. It has exceeded its useful life and is no longer needed in that department. The second item is a 1991 Myers salt hopper spreader, a starting price of $100 and a duration of 10 days. And again, that unit is no longer serviceable and will not be needed.
Thank you. I think 50 years for a power roller is pretty good.
Yes.
Shows your staff definitely use their equipment as long as they can.
Yes.
Unless there's any questions, we'll take both of these at once and take a motion to approve the listing of both the power roller and the hopper spreader on Gov Deals by Director Sweeney, second by Community Development Manager Mostalski. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That completes our agenda. Unless there's any other business, I'll take a motion to adjourn by Councilman Jaro, second by Director Sinatra. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
What happens when people take action against housing discrimination? My coworker was pressured by her landlord to pay her rent with sexual favors. My neighbor is told she needs to get rid of her dog, even though he's an assistance animal. They reported these forms of housing discrimination. When housing discrimination.
The Euclid Historic Society Museum was established in 1959 at Hen Mansion in Sims Park. They moved in 1984 to their current establishment, which is on North Avenue.
The museum boasts many Euclid artifacts from all across history. Some interesting topics that are focused in the museum are the Civil War exhibit, the old memorabilia from schools, wine era, and much more.
Euclid's history began when the greater Cuyahoga County area was bought from the Connecticut Land Company in 1795. David Dilley, a Revolutionary lieutenant, is credited with founding Euclid. The township was quiet for some time, until the 1930s when it became a city and its industrial power began to grow exponentially.
The city of Euclid has a long and interesting history, the rest of which can be further explored here at the Euclid Historical Society. It's truly a hidden gem here in the city. We hope to see you here soon.
you.